all the other times. Okay, I got it.
Right?
Yeah, there's three things I gotta watch. I was watching two, and there's a third one. Okay, I think we get it.
All right.
You gonna read it? Go ahead.
O mind, love the feet of the Master.
Okay, hang on a second. Let me make sure she's okay up there.
Okay.
All right, I think we're good.
Okay, we're on.
O mind, love the feet of the Master. Love the
Wait,
feet.
I don't know what the heck's going on. Is
Sure. That's all. Gotta check first things first.
Karo mana guru charano. O mind, love the feet of the Master. Love the feet of the Master. The snare of the drums is charming. The world is the shelter for a night. In this unsteady world, as the evening approaches, the tent is struck or unpitched. Every moment, the present is becoming the past. All the splendor and servants, the safe filled with wealth, remain here. When the bird of life flies away, even this body does not go along. All the friends, relatives, and sons leave you on the funeral pyre. The night is dark, the path is unknown. The river is deep, the boat is old. Ages have passed in sleeping. O ignorant one, at least now awake. The Nam, who is the remover of the obstacles, is the music of life. O Lord, your Nam is so pure that it turns iron into gold. Whoever calls on you from the heart gets the true abode in a moment. Kirpal is ever helping Ajab. He is the friend of birth after birth.
Karo mana guru charano se prita. Guru charano se prita. Karo mana guru charano se prita. Guru charano se prita. Karo mana guru charano se prita. Ye sapno ka jala suhana, ye dunia hai rena basera. Chala chali ke is mele me, sanjadali or ukara dera. Ye sapno ka jala suhana, ye dunia hai rena basera. Chala chali ke is mele me, sanjadali or ukara dera. Vartamana hota jata hai, pala pala yahi atit. Karo mana guru charano se prita. Guru charano se karo mana guru charano se prita. No karacha karatata pataye pariti jori meye maya. Prana pakeru udajayeto satanahi jati ekaya. No karacha karatata bhataye bariti joli meye maya. Prana pakeru udajayeto satanahi jati ekaya. Sabijita para rakar ate sutta sambandhi mita karo mana guru charano se prita. Guru charano se prita karo mana guru charano se prita. Rate anderi rajani geri nadia navapurani. Sote sote bita gaye yuga abato jaga are agiyani. Rate anderi rajani geri nadia navapurani. Sote sote bita gaye yuga abato yaga are agiyani. Vigana vinshaka Guru Nama Hai Jivana Sangata Karo Mana Guru Charano Se Prita. Guru Charano Se Prita Karo Mana Guru Charano Se Prita. Lohe kosa sana karadeta itana pavana nama tumara. Palame satam japuncha jisane manase tumhe pukara. Lohe kosona karadeta itana pavana nama tumara. Palame satam japuncha jisane manase tumhe pukara. Kirpala jaibake sada sahayi janama janama kamita karo mana guru charano se prita. Guru charano se prita karo mana guru charano se prita.
O Lord, your name is so pure that it turns iron into gold. Whoever calls on you from the heart gets the true abode in a moment. Kirpal is ever helping Ajeb. He is the friend of birth after birth. O mind, love the feet of the Master. Love the feet of the Master.
Next reading is, oh, wait a minute. Okay. Yeah, I'll do that.
All right, our next reading is from the compilation of Discourses by Kirpal Singh. It's called The Night is a Jungle. And this is from Discourse number 13, called Protector and Protection. What is Raksha, or protection? And who can give it wholeheartedly? When a child is born, it has no awareness of anything, but its mother protects it from birth until it is fully grown. She spends her life in worrying about the child, his health, his food, his education, good character, and his future. Everything concerning him is dear to her heart until he stands on his feet and gets established in life. Even then, her worrying does not cease. You will find that most mothers are like this the whole world over. However, this worldly life is not the true living. We have to be born again, not physically, but into a new and different world. Christ said that unless a man be born again, he cannot enter the kingdom of God. And only after getting this physical form can we get rebirth into the beyond. Just as the mother is the physical protector, it is even more necessary to have a protector through the second, or spiritual birth, and on through the spiritual life until one has grown in awareness and is able to stand upright spiritually. So who can protect us in the new world? He who dwells there, the true Raksha Bandhan, the celebration of the protector, happens when you have a protector for your soul who can take care of you in this world and the next, and without whom nothing can be achieved, with all due respect and gratitude to our physical and material protectors. If we want to be born into the new world, we need the help of someone who will not only take us there, but who will protect us to the end of the journey. Do you think this is work for our mother, father, sister, or any friend? No. It is impossible. The whole world is unable to assist you. There is an account of an incident during the life of my master, Baba Sawan Singh Ji, of a woman disciple whose only son was arrested on a false charge of murder and was given the penalty of death by hanging. The sessions judge presiding over the case was also a disciple. And before the final verdict was concluded, Baba Sawan Singh Ji requested him to help the accused and said, "I know he is innocent and falsely implicated." But the judge disregarded the master's words and gave him the death sentence. A few days later, I was present when this same judge came to pay his respects to Hazur. And when the master passed very close to him, without even looking in his direction, he said casually to another person, "I have no need of a judge. I can ask the Lord to do my work." Just then, the mother approached the master and started crying. "He has been sentenced to death," she said. Baba Sawan Singh Ji replied, "Don't worry. You just put in an appeal." It was not the type of case that had the slightest chance through appealing. But on the master's advice, the mother did appeal. And when they re-examined the case, certain facts came to light. And eventually the son was released. So one can see that even when there is no hope in any direction, a true protector can give the maximum help. Frankly, what is a human being's life but a series of interruptions? At each step there is a barrier. What one wants does not happen. Some people are dying, some are sick, some are in difficulties of various kinds. There are thousands in poverty and in appallingly afflicted conditions. The whole of mankind is lamenting its unhappiness every step of the way. Who is there to give consolation in this world and guidance in the next? Guru Nanak has said on the subject, O Nanak, break off all connections with the imperfect and search for a perfect master. The others will abandon you even while you live, but he will never leave you, even after death. Maulana Rumi has also said that one should grasp the coattails of a man who knows the secrets of this world and the beyond. The protection of such a personage cannot be described, but the individuals who experience it hold the knowledge close in their hearts. His single thought is very powerful, for God is superconsciousness. He is a part of the Creator, a drop of the ocean of all light. The Master is that consciousness which has become the mouthpiece of the all-consciousness, and his single penetrating glance can lift the consciousness of not only one, but hundreds at one sitting, if necessary. To be connected to such a personage is the true Raksha Bandhan, the true celebration of protection. You are in the custody of a true master from the very day he gives initiation. He becomes the very breath of the disciple. Baba Sawan Singh used to say that from the day the master gives the blessing of Nam, the guru becomes the indweller along with the soul. From that very moment, he starts forming the child with love and protection, until ultimately he takes him into the lap of the Oversoul. Until that time, he doesn't leave him for 1 minute. This advancement may take 1, 2, or 3 lifetimes. Masters have mentioned up to 4. But if we become receptive, it can happen in 1 lifetime. God is working in the Master. And if you think of him in this way, then whatever you desire will be given. In physique, he looks the same as other men, but he is not man alone. He became a man to dispense the treasure of God to the souls. He is not in birth and death. The benefactor came for the souls, to give them the treasure of devotion, to join them back to God. Like a father gives the germinal seed of life, the Guru bestows the life force, the incomparable gift. There are many kinds of gifts, but the gift of Nam is above all others. And having given it, the Master then develops it within you, because he wants you to reach the same stage as himself. He wants you to enjoy the bliss that he enjoys. The Master goes on protecting and giving, whether the disciple knows it or not. Guard this invaluable gift from the Master with your very life, for it will remain with you in this world and the next. It's not a trivial thing to meet a guru, but with deep sorrow I observe that many people do not have respect for their master. A child can never forget his mother and all she has done for him. If anyone does forget their mother's love, it's a great sin. To forget all the blessings the Guru has bestowed is unforgivable. Kabir says, "This sigh will ever leave my heart, that I can do nothing in return for all the Guru has done for me." There are certain birds which, when migrating, fly hundreds of miles, but their thoughts are with their children, for they have left their eggs behind. The master might be anywhere, but his thought and protection is constantly with his children, wherever they may be. The Satguru protects the disciple with his life. Breath for breath he remembers you. Without the master's remembrance, love for him cannot be born in the disciple. He sends out rays of love, and the disciple experiences a strong pull toward his master. This is also a gift. There are disciples in various parts of the world, North America, South America, Africa, England, Germany, France, etc. And who is protecting them all? It is not the physical form that travels around. It is the higher power, the God power. You can call it the Guru power, and it's also called the Christ power. This power is protecting the disciples, many of whom have seen clearly the form of the master power in their daily lives. The power that works in the human pole is the Guru. And if messages can be transmitted and received through radio, then why not become a human pole connected to the Guru through the Guru power? But there should be no obstruction in the way, like worldly affairs, children, one's own physical form, or wandering thoughts. Another thing is purity is very necessary in living and in being free from ill or impure thoughts. A radio will not work properly if it's jammed up with dirt and dust. We frequently hear of accounts of how the master has protected his children. At death he appears before the child who, in full consciousness, happily states, "The master has come." When a child learns to rise above the body consciousness at will, the master is there to protect and guide him, talks to him, and takes him upward from stage to stage. No matter what you do, your life will not bear fruit until you meet someone to give you rebirth and connect your soul back to the God power. Only recently I received the urgent news that a certain disciple was dangerously ill. I wrote and told the people to advise the patient to concentrate within. They wrote back and said that my instructions had been conveyed to the patient by telephone, and within hours she had started improving and is now on the way to recovery. This was just through a word on the telephone. So you can see that the thousands of miles between cannot stop the loving protection of the master power. However, that physical form in which the God power has manifested is also pure, though it is not a question of praise for the physical. It is worthy of respect because God is manifested therein. I will tell you of another instance. There was a man in America named Walter Kyrell. When I initiated him, he had a very good experience, but after some time he fell ill. When a man is in a helpless condition, he gets restless and worried. He wrote and told me that the doctors were pressing him to eat meat and drink wine. Each time he wrote, I tried to make him understand that the non-vegetarian diet would not help him, and he should remain on the strict vegetarian diet. After a few months, though, he wrote that he could not fight anymore, that he'd become helpless and could not breathe, and that the doctors were insisting on a meat diet. I replied, "All right, do whatever you feel like." When I visited America, this was in the summer of 1955, by the way. When I visited America and reached Santa Barbara, the doctors had then given up hope for him, and he was at the door of death. Violet Gilbert, one of the hospital nurses, was a satsangi, and she met me and told me about Walter Kyrell, who was dying in the hospital. He cries a lot and goes on saying that he's disobeyed his guru, who is now in America, but will not want to see his face. "Do you think you could visit him, Master?" I said, "Of course I will." When I arrived in his room, Nurse Gilbert told him, "The Master has come." He opened his eyes and saw me, and the tears started flowing down his cheeks. I put my hand on his forehead and said, "Do not worry. Whatever has happened, and it's finished. Do you hear the sound?" Walter said, "No." "Do you see the light?" Again he said, "No." I put my hand on his head and told him to close his eyes and forget all outer things. When he did so, not only the light came, but the radiant form of the Master too. His ears were closed for him, and he heard the sound current clearly. I told him, "Now go with rejoicing." His wife was there, and she was a non-initiate. She said, "Master, I know that he's been forgiven and saved, but I wish he would speak to me before he goes." So I again put my hand on Walter's head and said, "Your wife wants you to say something to her before you go." He opened his eyes and said, "All right." And turning to his wife, he smiled and said, "I am going now." This is what is called protection. It's not a story, but a true incident. I feel sorry for those who get this most invaluable gift and do not live up to it. Nanak says, "He who has met the Satguru, whatever is written in his destiny is finished." It is true that the Master winds up the karmas, but not just like that. He adjusts them to further the man-making of his disciples. He takes the children in his charge, but he will make them into something worthwhile before taking them home. It is his duty to clean them first. Nobody packs dirty clothes away in storage. When people are initiated, they rejoice and say, "We've got a master, we've got salvation." When meeting the Satguru, you will get salvation if you obey his words. Satguru cuts the bonds of the disciple if the disciple withdraws from the wrong deeds. So obey the Master. The Father wants to embrace you if you've got the clean clothes on. Clean the core of your heart for he who is coming. Take the thoughts of others away so that he can sit there.
This evening, we'd like to go through the recently released gallery of Master Kirpal photo archives, which is 1970s Sawan Ashram Part 1. Beginning in 1970, at the request of Master Kirpal, Russell Perkins began editing the monthly Sat Sandesh magazine, and at the ashram, Princess Narendra and Eileen Wigg served as on-the-ground staff of Sat Sandesh, and they provided Russell with both beautifully translated satsangs, but also regular updates and pictures on Master's activities. So beginning around 1970, we have kind of this constant stream of information about various activities at the ashram. 1970s began with this Master's birthday celebration, and it was quite a big event because several things went on during those 3 days. Now, this picture is from 5 a.m. on his birthday, the morning. Those are the Chela Ram singers and Master at the satsang and meditation at Sawan Ashram. This is a picture of Master at the meditation, and later in his talk that morning, the Master reflected. He said, "I closed my eyes and withdrew inside, as I was embarrassed to see the people gazing at me with such devotion. They do not understand that it is the Master power working through me, and all credit and glory should go to him." Here's a picture of Master later that day. He seems to be enjoying, it's nice to see him enjoying his birthday. Probably some birthday cake there, and then it's Darshan Singh, his oldest son, and his wife are up front, Bibi Hardevi in the back, and then the lady with the glasses there is Bibi Lajo, who was one of the women who would take care of Sawan Singh, and she was here visiting Master for his birthday celebration. This is a 9 a.m. satsang, and this was used to inaugurate Manav Kendra. This was a special event for this new initiative, or Manav Kendra Man Center, which Master said was a center where man can learn to become a true human being. And Master's work on Manav Kendra will be the subject of a future gallery. And also in future years, Master designated February 7th as Manav Kendra Foundation Day. On February 6th, in that afternoon, that same day, was the fourth 1970 World Religions Conference, and it opened at the massive Ram Leela grounds, and this was held for February 6th through 8th. And for many weeks, Master had been engaged day and night in all phases of the conference preparations, unsparingly giving his time, advice, and directions. And in his opening remarks, he said the following, which is a very sort of personal comment. "I cannot really express the joy of love that I feel at this moment at seeing both East and West meeting at this platform to lay heads together in order to find ways and means for establishing love and peace amongst the followers of the various religions." That went on. The next day, February 7th, was devoted to panel discussions, and on February 8th, there was the large procession that marched through Delhi to the Ram Leela grounds, and there the final session commenced with songs and poems, followed by reading of resolutions. And this is Master giving the presidential address, which concluded the fourth World's Religions Conference. And this was the last of those under that name. Of course, he had the Unity of Man Conference, which followed a very similar format in 1974. This is a picture from Sawan Ashram around 1970. And it's interesting, this gentleman here, the Savadar, standing behind Master, or to Master's left against the wall. John Engel was telling me when he was at Sawan Ashram, he met him and learned of his story. His name was Rajender Singh, and Rajender Singh was a former dacoit. He was met Master in 1954. Master traveled to a very dangerous area of the country, which was infested with these very violent dacoits or robbers, and he was the head of a dacoit band, and was known for killing and murdering and stealing money from the rich. Although he would do it in a Robin Hood type of way, he would give it then to the poor people. But when he met Master, he was transformed. He got initiated. He moved to Delhi. A beautiful story about his experiences in love, light, and life, and also is told in abbreviated form in some of the story cards. Another picture of Master at Sawan Ashram. In April, Master's wife, Mataji, passed away. And this is a video giving some telling about her.
Sant Kirpal Singh was a householder saint. He earned his own livelihood as a military accounts officer. As a young man, he married Krishna Vanti Kaur. It was an arranged marriage agreed to by their family several years before. They had 3 children, one of whom died as an infant. Their life centered around Kirpal Singh's rigorous schedule of full-time employment and at least 6 hours a day of devoted meditation. In the evening, Kirpal would sometimes go to the river Ravi to meditate late into the night. Regardless of the hour, Mataji would wait up for him to return and let him in. As Sant Kirpal Singh's responsibilities in life became more demanding, she worked tirelessly to serve him and gave him her full support. After the passing of Sawan Singh, when Kirpal took up his spiritual mission full-time, Mataji then lived with their oldest son. However, she received a promise from Kirpal that she would be able to spend her last days at Sawan Ashram and pass on in his presence. This footage is taken from this time period, the last 2 years of her life while living at the ashram. By this point, she had grown increasingly frail. Even so, she was able to move gently around the ashram. She received much personal care and loving support from Taiji. Her quarters were close to Master's, and she would often mingle among the friendly faces of the satsangis who were with the Master at the time. Mataji passed on, joyful, in Kirpal's presence on April 3rd, 1970.
There's another picture of her here with her glasses at a family wedding. The ceremonies were performed according to Sikh rite, went on for a week. The rites concluded with a special reading of the Guru Granth Sahib from beginning to end. Satsang was held when the reading finished, and Master gave a very powerful talk on life and death. It was published in June 1970. He said, "They say that the event of any birth, the world rejoices and the newcomer cries. But brothers, you should live such a life that at departure, you yourself rejoice and the whole world cries. This would mean that you have won the gamble of life. So having got the human birth, you should now get the contact with Nam, the God into expression power, for that will lead you back to your true home." There's also a very moving story of her passing, which again is told Satsandachan in a story card. This is also another video about Robert Redine's visit and interviews with Sant Kirpal.
In 1969, Robert and Kira Redine made their first trip to India to be with Master Kirpal. They had an extended stay at Sawan Ashram and also traveled with Master when he went on tour in India. By this time, the master had come to know about Bob's profession as a radio commentator, and that he routinely interviewed people as part of his work. And so when Bob and Kira returned in 1970, the master invited Bob to interview him. There is a famous quote where Master Kirpal told Bob, "Go ahead, ask 101 questions." And so every day an interview session was set up, and as far as we know, there were 14 of them in total. The transcripts of those interviews make up chapters 2 through 15 in the book The Light of Kirpal. Unlike most question and answer sessions with the master, here each question was coming from a single person. The other thing is, Bob Radin was a professional communicator. He was skilled in the art of having conversations. The result is a collection of interesting discussions with the master. What follows now are brief audio excerpts from chapters 5 and 6.
Do you ever feel at times that you would just like to stay here at your home at the foot of the Himalaya Mountains and not issue forth again to the bustle and hustle around Delhi and the other parts of the world?
I'm bound to think that. I'm directed what to do. I'm here. There's no question of my will. Now you come here, you change this place, you got some guide here, and you come very confidently. Yeah?
The great feeling of peace here.
Yes, more peace there. All glory and beauty lies within you. Now you don't want to leave these outward enjoyments. Once you have some little experience of that, you won't leave that.
There are many people, of course, mostly young men, who will spend hours training and preparing themselves for athletic contests. And in a sense, this is a similar kind of training, isn't it?
More lucrative. You see, such like profit which will never be lost.
Yeah. Is it possible to talk about what it's like living there?
And just what example I should say. Like a bubble of water in the sea. Sometimes found something comes out. It's all like scintillating, very strong. Cannot be compared with the astrology color place. Just like fountains of light, gushing out. An entrance beyond the stillness. Just coming through your entrance of such occupation. That's fountains of light just gushing out like something like Are you well fixed up, tidy fire?
Oh, we certainly are. My wife and I certainly are.
They are not.
You'll have to mark that on your chart.
That's joking. They're not.
So here's Master at Sawan Ashram again during this period. In June of 1971, Master became ill The top specialist recommended surgery as the only solution. And as the operation by a prominent surgeon, Dr. Bhajan, began, the doctor shown there on the right, standing, Master was administered a dose of anesthesia, which typically makes a patient unconscious in 2 to 5 minutes. But after 15 to 20 minutes, there was no effect. Another was administered, then a third and fourth. Master was still wide awake. The doctors were perplexed. Finally, Master said, "What do you hope to accomplish by these injections? I am a conscious entity. How can you make me unconscious unless I will it? If you want me to withdraw, I will do so, but your drugs can do nothing." Straight away, the Master closed his eyes and withdrew from his body. A few seconds later, after the operation was over, Master opened his eyes and asked, "When are you going to start the operation?" Dr. Mahajan replied, "Maharaji, the operation is done." Master said, "Oh, that is all right," and closed his eyes again. The doctors and staff were astounded that anyone could regain consciousness and speak while fully under anesthesia. Dr. Mahajan told Master afterwards, "Maharaji, I saw your greatness on the operating table. From now on, I will come to you as a devotee." And then, regardless of suffering, Master did not forget his children were yearning for a glimpse of him. As early as the third day, he persuaded the doctor to allow him to peer on the veranda outside his room at the clinic, and he sat on an elevated platform for 30 minutes, giving darshan to the nearly 500 silent devotees below. And in the days that followed, there were several evening darshans. And these are Master with the two nurses who found it very hard to leave him after 15 days. They found him to be a wonderful patient. Wonderful. This is a picture of us, Master, and he talks. This is a little story related to a little story from Russell about who went to India in 1972. He said, one of the many memorable things that happened on this trip for me, everything was coalescing around one thought. I miss Judith. I was ashamed. Here I am with the Master. We're supposed to be above such things as attachment to wives. Master used to give darshan on the porch every night, and I ran over early just as the rain was starting. Nobody was there but me and Master. He said to me out of the blue, "Yes, what's on your mind? Speak up, heart to heart." All during this time, Master was repeatedly showing me that he knows our innermost thoughts. I said, "Master, I'm disgusted with myself because of the tiny amount of love I have for you." He said, "How can you measure love? It is either there or it isn't." I said, "Well, when thoughts of outside things come up in meditation, my mind clings." He said, "Look here, when thoughts of wife and children come up, and you realize I hadn't mentioned wife and children at all, don't not love them." He was leaning, looking right down at me. "Don't not love them. Love them for the sake of he who has given to them. Then you'll be all right." The next morning, Master told me Judith was coming. He'd gotten a telegram from her. I said, but she doesn't have permission." He looked at me and said, "She has permission. Believe it or not." I replied, No, I know she doesn't." He looked at me with a pitying look and said, "Get me her file." I had been in the room where the letter files were. It was an enormous archive. He said, "Yes, it's in the living room." I went into the living room, and there on a couch all by itself was Judith's file. I brought it to him, and he opened it up to her last letter. "Read that, and you'll see that she asked me if she could come." I read it through, and there wasn't a word about coming to India. I promise you that. I was reeling, and I said, "Master, there's not a word in here about coming to India." He took it and read it through. He really concentrated, and when finished, he looked at me and sighed. "Well, not in an outward way, that's true." Suddenly, the whole thing came into focus. Then he looked at me and said, "Do you not think that I would like her to be here, enjoying like you are enjoying? Do you not think it would be nice for her to be here with me, just like you are here with me? You know, in my heart of hearts, I had wanted her to come so badly, but I felt it would be such a failure on my part if it happened. It was just such an egotistical way of looking at the whole thing," and he set it straight in just a second. She came, and it was wonderful to have her there. After she arrived, we were eager to see the master, and when we found him, with a big smile, he took our two heads and pushed them together, clunk, so that they were just touching, and said, "This is the way I want you to be here, together." Judith and I had 3 lovely weeks together with Kirpal, and we grew closer than we had ever been before. This is a picture from that trip after Judith had arrived. Picture of Judith at that time also with Millie and Steve Mellick, another initiative master at the ashram. And Russell wrote also on that trip about Master's beauty. He said, Master has 2 kinds of beauty. Actually, he has 50,000 kinds, but he has 2 main kinds. I'm talking about physical beauty. The first is his beauty near at hand, like when you're sitting on the floor about 6 inches away from him, and you're looking into his face, and you see every nook and cranny of the boulder that his face is, and you wonder how on earth God could create such a face like that. The other kind of beauty he has is his beauty at satsang. He's sitting up there in the dais, and you may be quite a distance him, but he's sitting up there and he's a lion. That's his name, you know. Kirpal Singh means merciful lion. He's sitting up there holding satsang, and it's the most beautifully exquisite experience is watching him, even if you don't understand a word. Watching him make his points with his hands, the way he moves his head. Sometimes he talks for 3 hours, more, usually 2. He never stirs from the waist down. From the waist up, he's swaying. He's looking, he's darting his eyes. He looks at the whole congregation. He notices everyone. He's so alive. You look at him and the life that's coming from him is so tangible. You think, oh my God, how beautiful. How much beauty can there be in the world? And this is another short video of Master Kirpal Singh's 1971 birthday celebration.
During the 1960s, each February 6th, Master's birthday celebration was held at Sawan Ashram. With each passing year, more and more people would come to attend. By 1971, it was necessary to erect a separate tent for holding satsang. This was done in an open space located about 200 yards from the ashram. This was a massive tent. The earth was covered with rugs, and 30,000 souls came and sat there and attended satsang. The program on the 5th featured talks by various speakers, praising the greatness of God and the blessing of being in the presence of a living saint. Master Kirpal gave satsang twice that day. The next day was the Master's birthday. Early in the morning, thousands of tiny lights were placed in such a way as to form outlines of the Master's house and garden. And at 4 a.m., disciples gathered there to sing hymns of praise to God. Then Master came out, slowly giving darshan to those he passed before climbing up on the dais. He shared heart-to-heart remarks, and then everyone sat together in meditation. Every day a meal was fed to every one of the many thousands who wished it. The ashram was converted to a huge langar operation where the food was prepared and served. Master Kirpal entered the kitchen area visiting the Sevadars who were preparing tens of thousands of chapatis. During meals, the ashram was filled to capacity. Sevadars walked up and down the colorful rows of people and served the simple meal to each person. All sat together, rich and poor, high and low. On the following day, there was an initiation. More than 600 souls were given Nam, an unforgettable experience for the Westerners who attended. Master walked among the applicants. Those who had not fulfilled the basic requirements were asked to leave and reapply at a later date. Under the Master's guidance, all 600 people repeated the holy charged words in unison. One initiate who was present exclaimed that the atmosphere became so strong that it could be physically felt. We close with a quote from Master Kirpal. Quote, "Master is not the body. He is the power functioning through the body, and he is using his body to teach and guide man. Having given the gift of Nam, the Master then develops it within you because he wants you to reach the same stage as himself. He wants you to enjoy the bliss that he enjoys."
Master provided an unending stream of love and service to his Indian disciples. He also attended to many religious, social, and political leaders who visited the ashram, interested in his efforts as a spiritual teacher and as an advocate for religious tolerance and unity. And here are some pictures of him with his Indian disciples during this time. This is a picture of Master with Sardar Dalip Singh. He was the treasurer of Sawan Ashram and one of Master's most dedicated Sevadars, who left his body just prior to Master's departure for the West. You operate in the background. This was actually the only picture we have of Dalip Singh. After he died, Master placed his hand on the bier to help lift it onto the waiting shoulders, he remarked, "He has been my companion for 60 years. Such a privilege very few followers could claim." Indeed, Dalip Singh had served as an accountant with and under Master Kirpal Singh during his working years. One day, Dalip Singh shared with a Western disciple, during his official career, Master was so careful in his outer behavior that he would empty the ink from his fountain pen before leaving the government office. He did not consider that ink his own. It belonged to the company. Every evening, Sardarji took his little red account book to the Master to peruse. The book contained a synopsis of the daily finances, accurate to the last penny. If the Master considered any particular donation to be beyond the satsangi's means, he would advise Dalip Singh to return it or part of it. A week before his death, Dalip Singh, on his evening visit, told the master that his personal affairs were in order and said, "I'm ready to go." With a searching master, "Look," master asked, "are you sure you want to go?" Dalip Singh affirmed that he was ready and willing. Master checked the account book and said, "All right, now you're ready to go." Dalip Singh pointed out, "But you are going to Baroda tomorrow." Master smiled. "Don't worry, you will not go before I return." On Master's return 4 days later, Dalip Singh was sick and very restless. The master went to him and placed a hand on his head, sitting there for some time. After this visit, the sick man was calm and slept all day. The following day, August 19th, 1972, he passed out of his body in a bright and cheerful mood, with no difficulty and with a smile on his lips. A disciple of Baba Sawan Singh, he served both masters faithfully with exemplary sincerity. To quietly observe such people is to understand Baba Sawan Singh's words, "When we come, we bring our own staff." Close with this picture and close with a quote from Kirpal Singh's God Man. "The eyes of a master are charmed casements that open within on infinity and without on the finite. In them, one can get glimpses of divine light unparalleled in this world, a shadowless light that is never found on sea or land." With that, that's the end of the satsang, and end with a prayer. May God continue to bless us all. Thank you.
This is Sanji's bhajan on page 215. The beggars have come to your door. Please give alms. True is your court where one gets true darshan. There one gets true love and gets across on the true raft. He came as the benefactor. Please give alms. Your glory is unique. You are the protector of the suffering ones. You are the gardener of the soul's garden. Please come and cut the snare of Yama. Your greatness is unique. Please give alms. Remove the disease of egoism. Show us the radiant glimpse. Make us hear the true Shabad. Give us the alms of Nam. Show us the unique glimpse. Please give alms. No means are of any help in the paraphernalia of this world. Of what status was Ajab? It was Kirpal who gave support. Please cut our disease. Please give alms. The beggars have come to your door. Please give alms. Aye ji tere darte bikari kere pavo. Aye ji tere darte bikari kere pavo. Tera darbar sacha Hove didar sacha, milda hai pyar sacha, berda hai par sacha, tera darbar sacha, hove didar sacha, milda hai pyar sacha, berda hai par sacha, आओ बन के उपकारी खैर पावो आये जी तेरे डरते भिखारी खैर पावो आये जी तेरे डरते भिखारी खैर पावो तेरी है शान निराली दुखियां दातू है वाली रूहां दे बागदमाली कट देवो आजम जाली तेरी है शान निराली दुखियां दातू है वाली रूहां दे बागदमाली खट देवो आजम जाली तेरी महिमानी यारी खैर पावो आये जी तेरे डरते भिखारी खैर पावो आये जी तेरे डरते भिखारी खैर पावो हमें दारोग हटावो नूरी जो जलख दिखावो सच्चा जो शब्द सुनावो नाम दी खैर पावो हमें दारोग हटावो नूरी जो जलख दिखावो सच्चा जो शब्द सुनावो नाम दी खैर पावो देवो जलख नियारी खैर पावो आये जी तेरे डरते भिखारी खैर पावो आये जी तेरे डरते भिखारी खैर पावो दुनिया दा देख पसारा चलदा ना कोई चारा अजायब सिखौन विचारा देता किरपाल सहारा दुनिया दा देख पसारा चलदा ना कोई चारा अजायब सिखौन विचारा देता किरपाल सहारा साड़ी कट दो बीमारी खैर पावो आये जी तेरे डरते भिखारी खैर पावो आये जी तेरे डरते भिखारी खैर पावो The beggars have come to your door. Please give alms.
Mind that there should be no tension in the body. When you adopt any pose, don't change, please. Be physically still. Don't change, please. Don't change. Physically still. Close your eyes. Forget the world outside for a while. Why are you changing? Why can't you sit still? Close your eyes. Forget the world outside for a while. Also forget the environment in which you are sitting. So you see vast expanse of darkness in front of you. Your eyes of flesh and bones are closed. They don't work. There's some other eye which looks at darkness. That inner eye, third eye, or single eye. So with the inner eye, don't look to the whole of the vast expanse of darkness in front of you, but just look into the middle thereof, opposite to your eyebrows. Outside. Look intently, minutely penetrating into it to find out what is in there. Repeating the names mentally one by one at intervals, not in quick succession, so that inner gaze is not disturbed. You continue looking like that for a short period, say 15 to 20 minutes. You'll find whole attention will be riveted there, and the darkness will descend. You'll find light coming up, sprouting forth. When you find any kind of light, just don't look to the whole of it, but just look into the middle of it, while repeating the names at intervals mentally one by one, so that the inner gaze is not disturbed. You continue for a short time, this light will grow bright and burst. That will give you sky. Sometimes sky comes out at the very outset. Whenever it comes, look into the middle of, intently into it, what is in there. You'll find stars. If you find stars, just locate the big star after that. You find big star, then put in whole attention into the middle thereof. That will open, you will cross it. Or the moon may come up. If it comes, just look into the middle thereof. Intently, minutely, that will burst into pieces, and you will cross it. That Prophet Muhammad did it. Or the God will appear in some form in which he is working. So, you find such form and have your whole attention to him, so much so that you forget yourself. You will develop receptivity. He will talk to you as one does outside. Then you may also hear this sound principle. Go on sitting until you are to leave.
Let your Nam reside in my heart, and let me have the company of the saints. Sabhajan Nama Tumara Hira Deva Se on page 169. From the Lord I ask for one donation, that all my desires may be fulfilled, so that I may repeat your Nam. Let your feet reside in my heart. Let me have the company of the saints, so that the fire of passions may not spread in my mind, and day and night I may sing your praise. When I have good health, and also when I don't, let me serve God, and in my middle age let me meditate upon him. Nanak says, those who are dyed in the color of God do not take birth and die again. Let your Nam reside in my heart, and let me have the company of the saints. Bhajan of Guru Arjan Dev on page 169.
Nama Tumara Hiradeva Se Santanaka Sangapavo. Nama Tumara Hiradeva Se Santanaka Sangapavo. Mangoramate Ikadana Ramate Ikadana Mangoramate Ikadana Ramate Ikadana Sagalamanoratta Purana Hove Simaro Tumara Nama Manoratta Purana Hove Simaro Tumara Nama Nama Tumara Hiradeva Se Santanaka Sangapavo. Nama Tumara Hiradeva Se Santanaka Sangapavo. Charanatumare Hiradeva Se Santanaka Sangapavo. Charanatumare Hiradeva Se Santanaka Sangapavo. Soga Aganama Mananabiape Atapahara Gunagavo. Saga Aganama Mananabiape Atapahara Gunagavo. Nama Tumara Hiradeva Se Santanaka Sangapavo. Nama Tumara Hiradeva Se Santanaka Sangapavo. Savasata Bevasata Haraki Seva Marianta Prabha Japana. Savasata Bevasata Hariki Seva Marianta Prabha Japana. Nanakaranga Laga Parmeshara Boharajana mana chapana Nanakaranga laga parameshara Boharajana mana chapana Nama tumara hiradeva se Santanaka Sangapavo Nama tumara hiradeva se Santanaka Sangapavo.
Of good health, and also when I don't, let me serve God. And in my middle age, let me meditate upon him. Nanak says, those who have died in the color of God do not take birth and die again. Let your Nam reside in my heart, and let me have the company of the saints.
The final weeks of Master Kirpal's 1963 World Tour were reserved for destinations in South America. He arrived in Panama on January 7th. He stayed at the home of Mr. and Mrs. Wally Crawford, who were his local representatives. As it turns out, during these days preceding Master's arrival, Panama was going through a period of unrest, and protests were on the rise. Even with all that, the arrival of Kirpal Singh received front-page coverage in the newspapers. The next 2 days were filled with scheduled activities. This included a brief outing to see the famous Panama Canal. Also that same day, there was a quick stop to the Pan American building. All members of the party, including Master Kirpal, had to fill out paperwork and hand over their passports. It was part of the procedure to arrange for their departure. On the evening of January 9th, the social unrest turned violent. Riots erupted throughout the city. There was widespread looting. Businesses were burned and cars were overturned. Before it was all over, 26 people died. This footage was taken by Princess Narendra as Master's car was traveling through the city shortly afterwards. Now, one of the buildings that was burned was the Pan American building. All the contents were completely destroyed. This included all the documents for Master's continued travel, the passports, the visas, and the tickets. So this event caused the cancellation of all remaining travel plans in South America. Next day, martial law took effect in the city, and all public functions were forbidden. The remainder of the program had to be quickly shifted to private homes. But even with all this, devotees continued to make their way to the Crawfords' home where the Master was staying. The American guards of the Canal Zone were shocked that people were willing to risk their lives to be with their Master. It became obvious that nothing could deter them. Every morning there was meditation with the Master. He also held 4 initiations, accommodating those who had made their way to him from other countries. During the day, the small group of initiates enjoyed the close presence of the Master, and the Master's protection was evident to everyone during these anxious days. The atmosphere surrounding a saint has a unique quality, a unique tranquility, permeated with love and kindness. What a contrast this was, compared to the fear and the violence that were present in other parts of the city. So after 10 days, the Master and his party departed Panama. They returned to Washington, D.C. after a brief stop in Miami. The unexpected cancellation of additional stops in South America created a big 2-week opening in Master's schedule. As a result of that, the concluding days of Master's 4-month world tour came to be filled with what Russell has described as the 12 Days of Wonder. These were the 12 amazing days when Master stayed in Mr. Khanna's house in Washington, D.C. And there he gave a series of immensely powerful, intimate talks. These were mostly to small groups of initiates in Mr. Khanna's living room, and they were all recorded. That's Russell in the lower right operating the tape machine. So these were the final days of Master's 4-month world tour, and this collection of talks that were given in this time period can be viewed as a magnificent culmination.
What's that?
Ready to go.
Ready to go? Okay. Well, those 12 days were indeed days of wonder. From my point of view anyway, oh boy, just thinking about them. You know, there'd been a few times with Master that with both Masters that I was privileged to serve, that are turning points or, I don't know what you call them, hinges on which everything else depended. And I mean, one of them was when he came to St. Bonnie, 63. Another was my time with him in India in '69. And there have been others times with Sanchi also. But there's something about these 12 days that, well, my understanding of the path and the Master and who he was and what he is and what he does and what the point of him is as far as we are concerned, all of that was just incredibly came home to me during these 12 days. Anyway, I want to read one of the talks that he gave during this time. This was on Sunday, January 19th, 1964. It was the day that the second day that he was there. And he had already given a satsang that afternoon at the Friends Meeting House. But that evening, Master came down to Mr. Khanna's living room, and we weren't expecting this. I had assumed he had talked for an hour or more earlier, and we had all assumed that that was it. And he gave another full-length discourse, which has to rank among the most beautiful that I have heard. And this is what Master said. There is religion above all religions, that is one for all. That is truth. It was given out by all masters whenever they came. We have forgotten it, that's all. I go everywhere. People of all religions invite me, they love me, and I love them. Perhaps their love is reciprocal, or my love is reciprocal. Master, by the way, pronounced that word reciprocal, which is always a temptation to me to say it that way when I come across it. I don't know, but they do love me, and I love them. When I go to them, I see I'm at home, because they also stand for the very same truth. But while standing for this truth, they have gotten into formations, watertight compartments. For this truth, yes, sometimes in the zealousness of being in that watertight compartment, they unfortunately establish divisions. But I take them from the viewpoint of the religion that is above all religions. The word religion purely means, re means back, and ligio to bind back our souls to God. This religion is above all other religions, which are meant to lead us to this very high religion. We are already one, but unfortunately we have forgotten. Masters see all of life only from its level as a man, or as a soul, or as the higher truth. This duality has been shaken off by the grace of my Master. I love all. We are worshippers of truth. We are to bring out the very truth that has already been given. The pity is that people have forgotten it, that's all. When I go to them, they claim me as their own. And first I claim them as my own. That's how it is. There is no dearth of outer forms of religions, but all these outer forms are meant for that higher religion, which is one, or truth. We should always have that ideal before us. There can be no duality, no strife, no concussion. The pity is that we do take up the way. Apparently we try to follow that higher religion, but for want of practical progress, we don't have it at home in our hearts. The present day is an age of the practical life. People don't believe unless there is something practical. So we must have all our truth in a practical way, and it will appeal to all. This truth will prevail. Times are changing. This is the only thing that can appeal to everybody. This is the only ground on which all of us can sit together. So I wish each one of you to be practical. Don't try to reform others. Reform your own self. When you are reformed, all the world will be reformed. If anybody hates you, love him. After a while, he'll come round. If any man lowers himself, it affects him the most. If anyone has done anything wrong to you, and you also stoop to harm him, you do more harm to yourself first. This is what my master once wrote to me. Many kinds of people come to the satsangs. Some come only to criticize, others come out of devotion, he said. If a bad man does not leave off his bad habits, why should a good man leave off his good habits? It's not good if a man thinks that way, returning in kind whatever he receives. If you sense any evil, return it with love. That's all you have to do. That will give you peace first, and then others. When you hate anybody, perhaps not outwardly, but at heart, it reacts in the heart of the other. So we should have air-conditioned hearts into which no hate should penetrate. That's all I can say. Once it so happened in the life of Buddha that some man came to him and began calling him names very angrily. He remained until it grew dark, and when he was going to leave, Lord Buddha told him, "Look here, friend, hear me first. I ask you one question. If anybody brings a present to give somebody and he doesn't accept it, with whom does it remain? Well, of course, with the one who has brought it. So, dear friend, the present that you have brought, I don't accept." That will change your life first. That is the criterion. You might say a tit for a tat is all right, but it shouldn't be done that way, for if anybody does it, he goes down. When you return love in the other way, that's God's grace on you, and God is more pleased. The God in the Master, too. Is a very simple thing. For one slight shortcoming, we go on spoiling our own life. I don't mean to say that those who show hatred are doing good. No, they are also not doing good. They are harming their own selves first. Where fire burns, the earth around it is heated first. Then the heat spreads further. You should have pity on your own self, to save your own self. To find God is not difficult, I tell you. To make a man is difficult. God himself is searching for a man. He does not find a man. And obviously, Master here is not talking about male. He's talking about human being. If when two beasts fight, they lock horns, what is the difference between a man and an animal? Man is the highest in all creation. He is God in man. Even if you don't take up the spiritual way and you live up to these things, I tell you honestly, you will find peace. You will have transvision. You can portend things. To be spiritual is not this, but it is a very good ground on which spirituality can dawn. Spirituality is just knowing oneself and being cognizant of God all the time. I am telling you no new things. These same old things are given in our scriptures, but we don't try to follow or understand them. Even if we have understood them, we don't put them into practice. If you begin to love, you will find a change in your own self, even after a few months. The very same things that appeared to be very bad in the past will now appear to be good. A man who has changed in this way speaks in the heart. He speaks by radiation. His eyes speak, because thoughts are more potent than words. Silence speaks more than words, because thoughts are potent. Thoughts radiate. They radiate only the kind of quality which is within you. They are charged by that quality. You will find the atmosphere will be charged like anything. There is no foe, mind that. Our own mind is the foe. Even the very atmosphere will begin to resound. This is what Christ meant when he said to shut yourself in a closet. Shutting yourself in a closet means that in your thought you will be wholly and solely with him. If more than one sit together in that way, how great a radiation that will be. Satsangs are meant for that. Satsangs are of the master, not of individuals. They help by radiation. And more than love is devotion. Devotion is more than love. Love burns the lover, and devotion burns the one he is devoted to. The other takes all the burden. So faith in the Master is a great blessing. It goes to sprout forth spirituality from within us. With it, man can work wonders. Mind that Master does not make slaves of you. He makes friends of you. He has respect for the God in you. He treats all alike, high and low. We are human beings, and God has made all human beings equally with the same privileges. This is a very common sense matter, and it requires no intellectual efforts. Live up to it, and you will find it to be true. A man who does it is paid then and there because it gives him peace of heart. That is why Christ said, love your enemies. Some people went to Christ and asked, what should we do with our enemies? He said, your law says a tooth for a tooth and an eye for an eye. That formula was on account of people's hard-heartedness. I give you, love your enemies. That was a higher religion, do you see? This is why I said, there is a religion higher than all religions, and that is truth, that is love, that is life, that is light. And those who follow the Masters do not walk in darkness. They walk in light, not the light of the Son of Man, but the light shining through him. We are worshippers of that light. I wish if I could go deep down into your hearts, I could convince you and give you an impetus to start that way. The sooner the better. When you get strength, you have simply become receptive. Let you abide in him. That's the only way. You abide in him only when you remember him. Whatever you remember out of sweetness reacts. That reaction draws you to abide in him, and you receive that Godhead through receptivity. That is why it is said spirituality cannot be taught, but caught. The more devotion and the more surrender we give, the more spiritual we can become. Even the worst of men can do this. The pity is that we don't surrender and we're not devoted. While saying we have love for somebody, we're not devoted. We have other devotions somewhere else. What kind of devotion is that? Our master Sawan Singh used to say of those who had talked evil of him, I'm very glad in their zealousness they remember me. Once he went to a village in which there was much controversy. When he went there, the people received him with stones. And when satsang was being given, they threw stones. He turned to them and said, I thank you. You have given me a very good reception. Thank you for the reception. Now with these words they were changed. So you love. In the beginning, some people don't love. They don't have love for want of right understanding. You must be true to your own self and to the God within you, that's all. Have love for all. Many problems will be solved. What is good, do it once. What is evil, delay. Make it a point. Leave it to some higher power. During this tour, I met with people from the Tyrol. Some Italians in the Tyrolean area had control over the people there. They were revolting and they had bombs and other weapons. I met the governor. We had a 1-hour talk. He said, I don't know what to do. I don't follow what is to be done. I told him, delay. Light will shine. And what happened? We are now in correspondence. War did not break out. It can work wonders within our own selves. What does it cost any man? How much does it cost? Mind that I have love for all. Even if you fight, I have love for both sides. I tell you honestly, I have love for those who are awakened, who have the right understanding, and I love the others for pity's sake. I want to raise them up. With Master's sayings, their very brevity is the soul of truth. Masters never give long yarns. They say in a few words, and those words are pregnant with meaning. They never dwell on them. Love and all things shall be added unto you. Only a few words. How can all things be added unto you? Try it and see. Practice it and you will find out. People don't realize the truth of it. Take one thing. Take love, for instance. Take truthfulness. If you do, you will be changed. And the highest practice, I would say, is coming in contact with the God in action power, Nam or Shabda. Then all virtues find their abode in you. They come of themselves, some by self-introspection, and others by coming in contact with the God into expression power. Naturally, they will come to you. At this point, Bibi Hardevi, Taiji, came in, and Mr. Khanna said, I want to introduce a great lady, Madam Hardevi. Master and Taiji both burst into laughter, and Master said, great lady or big lady? To which Taiji replied, big lady. And I cannot tell you how infectious that laughter was. They had such a good time laughing about that. Then Master asked Taiji to sing one of his bhajans. He said, this is a prayer to the Master to give us one bag of wine. And Master paused here for a second, of God intoxication. At which point the room erupted in laughter, presumably because the tension created by the idea that the Master would pray for wine had been relieved. The song had been written by the Master in his days of discipleship, was in Hindi, and was heartbreakingly beautiful. When it was over, the Master said, and this, of course, was Master's commentary on the bhajan. He was explaining what he wrote in the bhajan. God is an ocean of all intoxication, and those who are the mouthpiece of God are also rolling waves of intoxication. This is a prayer. For that intoxication we come to the Masters, those who are the mouthpiece of God, those whose soul drinks deep of the intoxication of God. Those who radiate and who overflow with that intoxication. We pray to the Master. Master, give us one bag of that intoxication. Will you, like a tavern man who gives to everybody, also kindly give us one bag of such intoxication, by drinking which we forget everything? And to that you may add the intoxication of those who are overflowing with intoxication. And he prays, O Master, I have been searching for it in all temples, everywhere, yet I didn't find it. But when I came to you, you gave me one drop. With one drop from you, I got intoxication. There are two well-known stories in India. One is about Farhad, who was a lover of a princess, Shirin. He wanted to marry her. He was madly in love. And he was saying here, there, and everywhere, I will marry her. That looked very awkward to the king. He wondered what to do about it and consulted with his minister. His minister advised him to order Farhad to build a canal down from the Himalayas. Let him do it. He will die in the effort. So Farhad began to excavate the canal from the Himalaya mountains so as to pass the very mansion in which she lived. Love knows no burdens, no hardships. He did so and was successful. Now the king had no other alternative. Again he consulted with his minister about what to do. The minister said, send out a rumor that the princess has died. When this rumor reached Farhad, he took an axe and struck it into his own head and died. And in the meantime, what happened? When the princess heard about it, she fell down from the roof and died. This is the extreme of madness. It is madness itself. But this madness should also be put into the shadow. You may give us such an intoxication that this story of Farhad will be eclipsed. And that those last two sentences, but this madness should be put into the shadow, and you may give us such an intoxication, etc., are part of the hymn. They're quoted from the hymn that was just sung. There's another story about Majnun, who was lover of a princess named Layla. He was so much in love with her. She used to give out alms every day to all people who came to her. One day he also joined the beggars, just in order to approach her and get alms from her. She gave something to everybody. But when Majnun came up with the cup in his hand, she struck the cup from underneath and threw it down, and it was broken. And Majnun was very jolly. He was dancing with happiness. People asked him, "What is she giving you? She's giving you nothing. She's only broken your cup." "Oh, you don't know what she has given me," he said. "She has told me that when you break this cup of the body and forget your own body consciousness, you are not fit to love." It was so that when Majnun entered the house where Layla lived, he used to kiss the very ground on which she walked, and the very walls and corridors in the houses of the town, because Layla lived there. Once he was seen kissing the feet of a dog. People asked him, "What are you doing?" "Oh," he said, "one day I saw this dog going down the street of my Layla." This is extreme madness of love. He says that such an intoxication may be given that throws all this madness of love into the shade by comparison. We go to the Master to get such an intoxication, not for the performance of rites and rituals. This is a religion above all these things. Shamas Tabriz said, "If I leave the body, and my body is cut into pieces and put in some field as manure, whoever bakes the bread with the corn that grows out of that land, and whoever serves it on the table," he didn't even mention anything about those who would eat the bread made out of that corn, "will be intoxicated." This is what we are after. This is already within us. But when we come in contact with the mouthpiece of God, we get an impetus. It flares up. The life comes from life. No book can give it to you, and no outer performance can give it to you. The Masters have said that you cannot find God so easily or quickly, even by saying prayers, performing rituals, giving alms, controlling your senses, and having a life of continence too, as you can by sitting at the feet of a Master. This is the way life comes from life. This is given to you when you develop receptivity. By devotion and surrender, you can develop this receptivity. You have nothing to do. This very thing becomes a part and parcel of your life. Our Master used to tell a story in which some sculptors or portrait painters who were foreigners came to China to show their skills. The king agreed to give them a hall in which to do whatever painting they liked. Some Chinese painters also wanted to have an opportunity to show their skills. The king said, "All right, divide the hall by a curtain." It was a big hall. One wall was given to the foreigners and the other to their own countrymen. They began to work on the walls. After some time, the painting was ready. The foreigners went to the king and told him, "Our painting is ready. Would you kindly come and visit it?" The king went there and saw that the painting was very beautiful. He was amazed at how lovely it was. As he was coming out, the Chinese painters also said, "Would you kindly have a look at ours?" "All right." When the curtain was taken off, to the amazement of the king, the very same painting that was on the other wall was also in this one. It was exactly there, and still clearer than the other one, because in the original one done by hand, Little imperfect spots did show up here and there, but in the reflection they were not there. He was amazed and said, "What have you been doing?" When two men are in a competition, they won't let others see what they are doing. "What did you do?" "We've done nothing, sir," they answered. "We have done no labor. We were simply rubbing the wall so much from day to day that it now reflects. That's all we have done." So it is the love that reflects. That's the rubbing that reflects the Master within you, which is I, not now I, but the Christ in me. That is devotion. There we are wanting. We may have love, I tell you honestly. Love knows no burdens. Love beautifies everything. And love and all things shall be added unto you. But devotion is still greater, and surrender greater still. That love is love where there is devotion and surrender. Where there is no devotion and surrender, there is no love. By devotion and surrender, you lose your ego. You reflect the same as he is in you. You become he himself without any effort. This is the highest of all. Hafiz said the same thing as St. Paul. Strangely enough, I have forgotten my body, whether I or my Master is here. These are the words. By name I am called Hafiz, but I am he and he me. This is what is called a Gurumukh in the terminology of the Masters. A Gurumukh is one who becomes a mouthpiece of the Guru. That is God's gift. That becomes the fate of those who have devotion and surrender. This is the highest thing we have to learn. In love, too, we sometimes transcend limits. I remember I once wrote a letter to my Master in which I wrote, "I pray you to give me love, a love which demands no recompense, a selfless love, such a love that does not transcend the limits of respect." Sometimes in love, we transcend the limits of respect. And what did he do? He read that letter and put it on his breast. I want such people who want to love within respectful moods. These are the things we have to learn practically. It's not done by intellectual inferences. It's a matter of living. These are almost practically the same. We must learn to live with a love which is selfless, which rises into surrender and devotion. When you love that way, you become a Gurumukh. This is what is called to become a Gurumukh. When Master is to take over all the burden, you have nothing to fear. A child who has a mother has nothing to fear, nothing to worry about for its clothing and eating and care. We have to live up to it. You will find that in such a way, you will progress wonderfully. As St. Paul says, you will feel that way, not feel, you will see that way. He makes you a flute through which he breathes life into you, and you give unto others. Emerson said those thoughts which come without thinking are always perfect. Masters never speak from the level of thinking. Now I have to say this thing, now that thing. They come of themselves. So a Master is a God in man. Do we see that? He does not assert, but he works as Christ and all other Masters said. I and my Father are one. It is the Father who is working through me. He is conscious all the same. Sometimes Masters have to say who they are. When one of the disciples said to Christ, "You have been speaking always of the Father. It would suffice us if you would show us the Father." Christ grew indignant over it and said, "I have been so long with you and you do not know it's the Father working through me?" Then he went so far as to say, "Whoever has seen me has seen the Father." They are conscious, although they work at the level of the man-body. Masters come from time to time. The world is not without them, mind that. It is not necessary that they follow the same lineage. No, they may be here, there, everywhere. That power remains, working throughout the world. And wherever that power is, you will find that he gives you some experience to start with on your inner way. That's the only criterion you can have. But in due course, you will begin to observe him within you. The only thing that is required is obedience. Our master used to say, your whole life may be spent in search of a God-man. That very period of search will be counted for devotion. If you come to the right person, with the grace of God, all your labors will be crowned with success. Then you have nothing to fear. You have only to be devoted to him. This is God's grace working everywhere in this materialistic age. There is an awakening with God's grace. I have found it. On this present tour, I have found it. There is a great response everywhere for unity. Religions are trying to make the subsects of their religions merge into one. But what we are speaking of now is not the merging of all religions into one. Let people remain in their own religions, but they should all sit together for the same higher religion, which is one for all. They should remain in their own religions and not change them, but follow the religion which is one for all, given out by all masters. These are the words you have to write down in your hearts and never forget to live up to them. You will find a wonderful change. You will live and see for yourselves. In the beginning it might appear, oh, you're a fool. Such and such a man has done you wrong, and you're simply loving him? Loving does not mean physically mixing. I mean just have good thoughts for him. Blood cannot be washed away by blood. If there is filth in the gutters, it can be washed away by sweet waters of love. You may be thinking you are apparently losers, but you are not losers. You are gainers. The more you live up to it, the more you will find for your own self that you are progressing. You will have peace of heart. Don't look to the flaws of others. Try to wash them with love. Tell others privately what's wrong. And you will also find improvement all around. First, your own heart will be improved, and then others. Then, whatever little time you put for devotion, you will go quicker. That is because, as I told you, meeting God is not difficult. Man-making is difficult. An ounce of practice is worth more than tons of theory. We should try to change our way of living at heart. That will give a lasting effect, and a substantial change will come about. Whatever you hear, put in writing and keep it with you. Otherwise, you will forget it. Try it from day to day and see how you progress. In talks, you learn what you cannot learn by reading scriptures for a long time. Master paused for a long time, and there was absolute stillness in the room. He says the very atmosphere becomes calm and quiet, and conferred with Taiji in Hindi about another song that Master wanted her to sing. A poem written by Master to his master, Sawan Singh. Then he said, we are here to be mad now. I think we are talking about madness. Taiji sang. Of course, she sang in Hindi, but this particular bhajan was translated for me. Out of the madness of love we will see you. The one whom I love will come. And the Master said, it so happened once that I went to Amritsar and Master was expected to arrive there. We were all sitting in expectation of his arrival, and the message came that Master was not coming. All were disheartened. Some people dispersed, and I remained there. It was also a madness, I would say. I wrote this poem. He will come. I will see him with my own eyes. I was writing this and going around in madness, and after about an hour, Master came there. So great is the strong attraction of love. This is a poem written at that time. Taiji sang again. Out of the madness of love we will see you. Master said, he must come. Out of the madness of love we will see you. The one whom I love will come. He must come. We will see my loved one. Out of the madness of love we will see you. The one whom I love will come. Out of the madness of love we will see you. O Master Sawan, we must see you. O Perfect One, we will see you. Out of the madness of love we will see you. The one whom I love will come. And the Master said it so happened that he came after that. So love is a very great power. Like a glass that does not show your face unless you put something behind it. Similarly, the love polish at the back reflects the Master within, the God within you. Out of the madness of love we will see you. O Master Sawan, we must see you. O Perfect One, we will see you. Taiji found it difficult to continue and stopped. There was a short silence. Then Master said, when the clouds come, rain falls. It's the forerunner of God's coming, when there is such a pining that nothing else remains between you and the Beloved, the Master. Once, while sitting in the satsang, Rai Saligram came into that state of madness. The whole satsang began to feel that same madness. One day we were celebrating the death anniversary of Hazur, and it happened that the whole Sangat began to cry. So love is everything. Love is devotion, and surrender is the most ideal. But love begins with, if you love me, keep my commandments, as Christ said. It doesn't cost you anything. You won't be a loser, I assure you. In a short time you will gain what you could not gain in a lifetime, because you will reflect the whole thing, like the painters who came for this. All right, God bless you. And God blessed us indeed. Yeah. And go through the pages of our hearts. What crime have we done that you quietly go away from us? This is the bhajan Sant Kirpal Singh on page 266. As long as the breaths flow, we cannot forget you. If you don't believe it, put your hand on our heart and see. I am yours. I was yours ever since I loved you. Why should I be afraid when I have loved you? I have come to your door with hopes and expectations. It is up to you whether, becoming the Sawan of happiness, you give us alms or send us away empty-handed. Try us. I will come swimming across as Sohani came. But at least once, sit with a jib and go through the pages of our hearts. O Kirpal, come and sit with us and go through the pages of our hearts. What crime have we done that you quietly go away from us? Bhajan of Sanchi. on page 266.
Akira Palakole Bete Yasande Fodila de Varke Hoikona Kanami Sato Langa Jando Tupakarke Langa Jando Tupakarke Akira Palakole Bete Asande Fodila de Varke Hoikona Kanami Sato Langa Jando Chupakarke Langa Jando Chupakarke Asina hi bula sakade tenu Jina chirasa vagadene Asina hi bula sakade tenu Jina chirasa vagadene Satana hi honda jetenu Vexine hatadarke Satanahi onda jetenu Vexine hatadarke Oikona kanami sato Langa jando chupakarke Langa Chando Chupakarke Akira Parakola Bete Asande Fodila de Varke Oikona Kanami Sato Langa Chando Chupakarke Langa Chando Chupakarke Teri hi ha teri sa Jato chahiya tenu Teri hi ha teri sa Jato chahiya tenu Pyar tere sangha kita eta Kirena firdarke Pyar tere sangha kita eta Kirena firdarke Oikona kanami sato Langa jando chupakarke Langa jando chupakarke Akira palakola bete asande Fodila de varke Oikona kanami sato Langa jando chupakarke Langa jando chupakarke Dartere te ai hakuja asumida leke Dartere te ai hakuja asumida leke Padekera jamode kali Kushihate sawana baneke Padekera jamode kali Kushihate sawana baneke Hoikona kanami sato Langa jando chupakarke Langa jando ajavangi darke, vek parakake sanu soani, vang ajavangi tarke, parikavari beko ajaibade, Vodila devarke, parikavari bekola jaibate, Vodila devarke, Hoiko nakanami sato, langa jando chupakarke. Chando chupakarke, akira pala kola bete hasande, fodila de varke, hoiko nakanami sato, langa jando chupakarke.
I am yours. I was yours ever since I loved you. Why should I be afraid when I have loved you? Oh, Kirpal, come and sit with us and go through the pages of our hearts. What crime have we done that you quietly go away from us?